Okay, I had a weird experience with trying to launch this game. Apparently, the EA app, which somehow kicked me out and I had to log back in, um, no longer acknowledges that I own Mass Effect Legendary Edition, even though I purchased it through Origin. And that there's just a lack of communication. I mean, I've been able to launch it for the EA app if it does that by default. It just like recently kind of logged me out and I had to log back in. I'm not sure if I logged in from a different account or what the heck. But I'm launching it for Origin and it seems to work fine. So I've more or less decided which ending I'm going to go with. I'm not sure if I should really. I probably shouldn't spoil it, but it's like it's very much like what I did with Zandra. I basically figured out which ending would be picked and kind of why, and then extrapolate upon like what would happen afterward. It may not be quite as elaborate. Um, it's also an ending that I never really picked before. Um, what's going on in the Origin app? Something. None of my friends play this game. It's just downloading this M4 digital deluxe for some reason. Well, hey, Ellie. There's some um, potential negatives I'm um, debating. Like the fact that my controller is falling over. Um, what? Oh, it's the freaking. That's a negative to control. The fact that the keepers can just push me around like that. Like, negative to the Xbox One S controller or one Xbox Series controller for being a piece of crap in general and not syncing until I like do it twice.
Hello, Commander Shepard. Welcome to the Citadel.
Do I need to enable subtitles?
D-24. Note that due to recent events, official identification and weapons permits may be requested by CSEC personnel for routine verification.
That's all.
Please speak with me again if you require further assistance.
Graphics should be maxed. Okay. What? It started me off on the lowest difficulty. I'm going with casual. Like that's what I've always had was casual difficulty. Also, there's conversation mode. Full decisions, no decisions. What? That's I can't even give that a positive. I can't give it a negative, but I can't give that a positive. That's just such a who wants to do role playing in a role playing game? I mean, I understand that some players may just prefer. I understand that some people may go into it just wanting action, but I'm kind of baffled by this feature. I mean, granted, you don't get as many decisions in this game as in previous games, at least from what I've seen so far. So maybe it's because like well, half of the players aren't going to even see all the options, so let's just do the bare minimum. Like, I don't get this. Like, how many people are actually bothered by the by dialogue trees? And they're like, screw this, I just want some cutscenes and then I get back into the action. Like, there might be like 2 or 3 players like that. Yeah. Hey, why is squad mate have default off, default on, then off in conversation? And then Shepard's helmet is just default or off in conversations. Kind of weird. I also think like, there maybe should have been a maybe be a negative for the fact that Paragon and Renegade interrupts are literally just like at least for like the Jelani or whatever. I forget her full name. The reporter gal. I think I missed both of them. I would have been really tempted to make this an actual Renegade moment. That could be a control negative. Also, my pen is gone. Well, Why even put it over there? That's the most stupid place to put it. Like, I'm not sure I could give it a ticket by itself, only if it's a recurring issue. Or, like, rather than giving you actual dialogue options, they just give you Paragon and Renegade interrupt while she's talking at you. Also, I'm not sure. I feel it's weird that it is effectively the default. I can't remember being given a choice of which. Maybe I just didn't pay attention. Yeah, I play this game on casual. I don't play it on.
Welcome back to Docking Bay D-24, Commander Shepard. How may I help you?
Why can't I?
Any other important areas I should know about?
Docking Bay E-24 has been repurposed into temporary housing to accommodate the recent influx of civilians to the Citadel. If you wish to contact your species' official Citadel representative, please go to Citadel Embassies. For medical needs, the Presidium offers leading-edge care at the Huerta Memorial Hospital. The Presidium Commons has been a cultural mainstay since the Council was first established at the Citadel.
What's with the heightened security?
New screening fields have been added in order to speed up processing at the security stations in each docking area. Citadel security screening technology uses highly advanced biometric authentication systems developed by the CERTA Foundation. Please note that any attempt to circumvent Citadel security measures will result in immediate incarceration.
What else is in the area?
You are standing in docking area D-24. According to your biometrics file, you are cleared to access further information about this bay. This is the airlock currently assigned to the Systems Alliance ship Normandy. If you look out the bay window, you can see one of the many magnificent vistas for which the Citadel is renowned.
What about that room over there?
The waiting area is for those who wish to speak to our new arrivals. It is located next to security processing.
That's all.
Please speak with me again if you require further assistance.
The same term once used by a disgraced Commander Shepard to refer to a theoretical enemy.
Theoretical enemy.
So, you're just silent behind enemy lines until the war is over?
No, they've got us on rotation. We're mostly in fortified holding zones until strike teams clear an area. Then we come in and set up medical bunkers and supply depots. And then the main fleet comes in to occupy.
I'm not wearing commando leather, honey. What does that mean?
We'll be perfectly safe. They don't put engineers on the front lines.
But you won't be able to talk to us.
Hmm. Let's see how that develops. I don't remember it, so it's probably not that. I mean, I vaguely remember it, but I don't remember how it turns out. So I can't really,
Commander? Come to check on your new recruit?
Just wanted to see how you were doing.
Still trying to get my bearings. When I was working on the Normandy's upgrades, I left at the end of the day. I didn't even have a toothbrush or a change of clothing until I made some emergency purchases on the Citadel.
Next time you need something, just ask. We're all in this together.
Oh, it's no trouble, Commander. I'm sure you have larger concerns.
We can put in a requisition order.
My toothbrush is a Cision Pro Mark IV. It uses tiny Mass Effect fields to break up plaque and massage the gums. It costs 6,000 credits.
Okay, yeah. You're on your own with that.
In any event, I appreciate you giving me the chance to stay. Was there anything else?
How'd you end up in the military anyway?
My family didn't have money for university. When the Alliance saw my aptitude scores, they offered me a full scholarship. I served my required years after graduation and decided to stay. I really like the challenges of the lab. Although, I'm sure I'll grow to love frontline service as well.
I'm surprised you're worrying about a toothbrush. We've got bigger problems right now.
Oh, believe me, seeing the Reapers on Earth was terrifying. But I won't help anybody by bursting into tears here in the CIC, will I? Being here on the Normandy helps. If anyone in the galaxy can stop the Reapers, it's you. And if flagging your messages and managing strategic intel helps you in any way, then it's worth it.
I should really, when you talk about the Reapers invading Earth, what I would have done with the Reapers is I would have given them weaknesses. I would have like really what I would do is there would not be so many freaking Reapers. Like the sheer number of them makes is kind of dumb. And uh I don't know. Like my basic idea for how I would present them is that a given planet would probably not have any more than 5 Reapers attacking it. And the idea is that individual Reapers are a substantial threat on their own. Like maybe there would be like some, and there could also be like different classes of Reapers. They kind of do that, but not really. Um, I think there are like different Reapers that we fight. Like there's a Reaper that we actually fight and destroy at one point. Spoilers. But that's a little different. But like they don't really like embrace the idea introduced in Mass Effect 2 that like they take races and make them into Reapers. And you know, I don't believe that was supposed to be a new thing. Because I think they do at one point like address what happened in at the end of Mass Effect 2 in this. Maybe I can't remember exactly, but like we don't see like Reapers that are somehow like inspired or look a bit like other races beyond the race they were originally based upon. Like there could be like smaller Reapers or like something like that maybe, but like there shouldn't be more than like 5 like sovereign harbinger type of giant Reapers like per planet, and they should be you know doing things kind of strategically. Obviously it makes sense that they would go for Vancouver with some degree of force, but probably, I mean, the idea would be that one Reaper is all they need for like most places, and they'd be correct. Because I mean, the general idea is that the Reapers are like, you could use what's already established about Reapers. They're powerful. They punch. They have a lot of offensive capabilities that can devastate a planet. Um, they have they're incredibly tricky to destroy, like nearly impossible. Like we've only seen or heard about like 2 Reapers that were destroyed. Um, there's Sovereign, which was required like the strength of the Alliance and Citadel fleets to destroy, and of course us destroying its avatar effectively. Um, and then there's the Dead Reaper we found orbiting a planet in Mass Effect 2, which is hit with like a giant Mass Effect cannon or something. Um, so Reapers are tricky to destroy. They're also patient and thorough, or at least they try to be. Like they missed Ilos, but that's like, um, but they're kind of just like playing chicken with Ilos in a way, or at least that's the impression I get. Um, but anyway, like the previous Reaper War, I think took like maybe even multiple. Like I don't know like how many details there are about it. We will probably learn some things from a particular character, but it was a very long war and drawn out war, and it would make more sense for that to be the case if the Reapers are like hundreds of Reapers, maybe not necessarily thousands of Reapers. I'm not sure if we actually ever hear how many Reapers there were, but probably should be like more in the hundreds to rather than like even thousands. And their weaknesses would be their overconfidence um and their inferior numbers. And then you could also focus on the fact that this cycle is like the one where we have a bunch of disparate races that are actually coming together and embracing infinite diversity and infinite combinations, that sort of thing, and uh, and working together to destroy the Reapers. I probably ditched the idea of the Crucible entirely. Maybe. I mean, if I were remaking the entire trilogy, at the very least, I would have more allusions to it early on. Um, so that's something that's actually properly built up rather than something that just suddenly gets revealed. Like, hey, by the way, there's this powerful weapon that the Protheans we're working on. Because we need a plot device. I'm not sure if like I could give a negative for them not taking that approach. Um, because like, I have to review what the game is rather than what it could have been. It isn't necessarily a plot hole per se, but it is like it is effectively what forces the situation. Um, they are effectively forcing. They're writing themselves into a corner. Is the issue? They're making the Reapers too powerful, too many, and there's no way to defeat them conventionally, even though we have defeated them conventionally. One of them, at least, conventionally. That's already a little bit of a plot hole, although, again, there's so many more than that this time. And because it took a lot to like defeat one of them, and now there's like but anyway, they wrote themselves into a corner. Or like the only way to defeat the Reapers at this point is to have this miracle machine that could like wipe them all out with one thing, or allow us to see the control of them, or synthesize them with all life. Anyway,
You worked in Alliance R&D?
Yes, you'd think quantum entanglement would make communication easy, but imagine incorporating multiple incoming sources and then networking them with extrapolations of time-lag data to construct a coherent situation GUI. It's an exciting challenge. For me, anyway.
Ellie. Hey, what's up?
Where are you from originally?
A colony in the Terminus systems, actually. Though I studied on Earth, at Oxford. My parents were from London. They loved Earth, but they wanted the freedom a colony life could offer. If they stayed in London, I imagine they'd be dead right now.
A lot of people back on Earth are still alive, and counting on us.
Quite true, Commander.
Carry on, Specialist.
Hey, no biting. Well, I probably could have gone to the hospital and found Chocolates. Damn it. I had to fly all the way back to the Citadel because we're not just docked there. I wonder if that could be a negative. Also, this is a negative, as I said before. I'm kind of joking, but... like, how does the woman even access the restroom? Or are those, like, things, like, part of our, like, some sort of eye implant or something?
Greetings, Commander.
Looks like you brought more than just that drone from your ship.
A few things were necessary. I'd be a very silent shadow broker without data feeds.
So you have access to your resources?
What I can get. We'll need it to research this Prothean device. Until we understand precisely what it does, it's far too dangerous to use.
Did the Protheans actually complete this weapon?
You mean, will it work? They wouldn't have poured their last resources into this device if they thought otherwise. But we really need to find out just what kind of weapon they left us.
It'd be nice to know we're not kids playing around with a loaded gun.
Absolutely. The damage it could cause if it backfired is unthinkable. People were finally starting to listen before the Reapers came. If we'd had a little more time, maybe Earth wouldn't. I'm sorry. I understand if you don't want to talk about it.
The thought means a lot, Liara. Thanks.
You're welcome. And since I didn't mention it before, it's good to be back, Shepard.
Oh, The Sims 4 is ready to play. Hooray. Also, The Sims 4 is ready to play. Now here's... I think we can pretty much confirm at this point that there probably isn't going to be any more than 2 choices for any given dialogue conversation in most cases. Is that a negative? Like, on the idea that, like, we're reviewing this game based on what it is, not what it could have been. I guess, like, once again. It's definitely a downgrade from previous entries. So, what I'm going to have to kind of ask myself, I suppose, is whether or not it feels like a problem. Like, not just like, oh, I don't have as many options. Because that alone isn't necessarily negative for me. It's when I feel like there's something I wanted to have my character say that I can't have my character say. Because there isn't an option to have my character say that. And granted, my character is generally fairly Paragon, so, especially like with regard to dialogue. So, I'm not really missing neutral options that much. But yeah, who knows?
Hello again, Shepard.
How much do you know about this Prothean artifact?
Very little. We're fortunate enough Data survived to piece together the blueprints. Decoding them will require as many specialists as we can find.
It's that high-tech?
I'd have killed for a glimpse of it during graduate school.
Also, maybe negative for no memory of.
You brought your little helper with you?
Its name is Glyph. It helped sort through all the data that led me to the archive on Mars.
It was a pleasure to be of assistance, Doctor.
Glyph's interfaced with the data feeds. Its analytical software should come in handy.
What's been happening with you as the broker, Liara?
It's been exciting. The old broker's ship? Impressive, but it was never meant to be space-worthy. which meant the elusive man eventually tracked me down on Hagalaz.
What happened?
I knew he was coming. Farron and I loaded as much of the ship's specialized hardware onto a shuttle as we could. We got away from Cerberus' ships after arranging an appropriate distraction.
What kind of distraction?
Sending the broker's ship exploding into a Cerberus cruiser. I don't think the elusive man expected me to give up my resources in such a spectacular fashion.
Can you still operate as the broker without the ship?
Well, I couldn't let the elusive man have it. I saved what was crucial. My network of agents is intact, although the Reapers have taken a toll on their numbers. It's taking a while to re-establish contact.
So where is Farron if you two escaped?
He convinced me he was recovered enough to work, and I do need more agents.
Agent Farron didn't report any injuries during his last call to you, Doctor.
True. Given what he survived, I should probably worry less.
What have you been up to since we last saw each other?
Since you helped me defeat the Shadow Broker, I started looking for defenses against the Reapers. The Protheans were the only ones with substantial information on them. The older civilizations barely had records. I knew the elusive man was hunting for the same thing when our agents began crossing paths.
Like on Mars?
I thought I'd covered my tracks, but he had surveillance there all along.
We'll talk later, Liara.
Of course.
We're gonna head back to the Citadel quick. Oh, we still are on the Citadel. Okay. Cool.
Welcome back, Commander. Do you need transportation?
I need to get to the hospital.
Yes, Commander.
And there could be a positive for having these options.
We were deployed to Tiptree. It's a small human colony. We were supposed to help with evac. The enemy was landing. Just scouts, the Turian things, a few of the big ones. We were spread over half the continent, getting colonists to shuttles, wiping out husks.
It sounds like you were doing good work.
Could I have a gun? I'd feel a lot better.
Just tell me what happened at Tiptree.
It was a little odd that the coverage is having to terminate at certain points and then resume.
Shepard, there you are.
Dr. Chakwas, you're here?
I'm working at an Alliance R&D lab down in Shelter Wards, coordinating closely with Admiral Hackett. I heard you escaped Earth in the Normandy, and that someone was critically injured. I came as fast as I could.
We had a run-in with the Cerberus synthetic on Mars. Ashley took the worst of it. How's she doing?
Very well, all things considered. I'm impressed with Lieutenant Commander Williams' resilience, as well as Dr. Michel's expertise. I wish I could have been there to help on Mars.
It's been 6 months, Doctor. How have you been?
Good. I've been fortunate. When they impounded Normandy, the Alliance didn't really know what to do with me. I was never officially part of Cerberus, and I'd gotten a proper leave of absence from my previous post.
So you hadn't technically done anything wrong by joining me to defeat the Collectors?
Yes, though I suppose if you were judged to be a war criminal, I would have been tried as an accessory.
Your place is in Normandy's medbay, not some lab.
I couldn't agree more. You say the word, and I'm with you.
The Normandy wouldn't be the same without you, Doctor. Get your things. Docking Bay D-24.
Yes, Commander. And thank you.
Don't thank me so soon. Remember, Joker is still aboard.
And I'd be surprised if he's been remembering his medication.
I mean, we probably would have a war asset with her. Really, stop. I hate that being repeated constantly in the background. I think she may have been there the whole time. I just forgot to grab her.
Listen, honey, please. This is how it has to be. Everyone's going through this.
I know, and I'm sure you'll be fine. It's just so damn inconvenient. It's like we're pre-space flight all of a sudden.
Pretty much. You should see what they've got us using for heavy munitions. It's all mass-produced LCOS combine crap.
Wait, munitions? Explosive munitions? I thought you weren't going to be on the front lines.
Not in hot combat zones, no, of course not. But sometimes they need us to breach enemy fortifications.
Goddess, you said you were just going to be building emergency outposts.
Commander, welcome back to the Normandy. Or maybe you should be saying that to me.
Engineer Adams, what are you doing here?
I was put in charge of the drive core retrofits. My experience on the Normandy SR-1 made me an obvious choice.
So, what do you think of our SR-2?
She's incredible. If there's one nice thing I can say about Cerberus, it's that they know how to build a ship. And about that, Cerberus, I mean, I owe you an apology.
How so?
Back when you got this ship, Dr. Chalk was contacting me, asking me to help with your mission against the Collectors. I refused. I didn't have your back, and I'm sorry for that.
Why didn't you join us?
I saw what happened to you when the Normandy went down. I didn't trust that it was really you, and I certainly didn't trust Cerberus. Also, as an officer of the Alliance, I don't just leave my post, you know?
Your Alliance first. That's the way it should be.
Thank you, Commander. Glad to be aboard.
Is your family okay?
My parents are serving on Viridian Zenith, an Alliance agricultural vessel. My sister is a navigator on the SSV Benjamin Davis. Happy to report that both vessels are safely under Hackett's command.
Does the new Normandy stack up to the old SR-1?
Stack up. It blows the old ship away. The Tantalus drive core has been completely overhauled. The SR-2 might be nearly twice the size, but the new drive core is 3 times bigger. This ship can fly. That said, Cerberus isn't too high on safety. If pushed past her limits, this core would vent into engineering. Guess it gives my team incentive to keep her well balanced during a firefight.
Do your job or get vaporized.
Pretty much. I noticed you upgraded the kinetic barriers with cyclonic technology. Should help reduce the draw when under missile fire.
Hopefully that means fewer vaporized engineers?
The IES stealth system is significantly improved. It can handle a higher blue shift of our emissions.
And that means?
We should be able to drop out of FTL without triggering every sensor in range. Very handy for stealth reconnaissance. All in all, the Normandy is a marvel of engineering.
What do you think of Edie?
We had a good talk during the retrofit. A little strange at first, talking shop with an AI.
AI? I thought Edie posed as a VI to keep the likes of you from unplugging her.
Yeah, but I saw through her. Have you seen her hardware? Processing power is off the charts. And then there were the problems that kept fixing themselves. If I hadn't had her pegged, I would have sworn I was losing it.
You never expressed any skepticism, Lieutenant Adams.
I figured I'd better play it safe with the Cerberus AI, Edie. No offense.
None taken. As long as you keep your fingers out of my cognizance processors.
In the beginning, I tried disconnecting her from key processes without giving myself away. Easier said than done. But Joker seemed to trust her, and in time I saw her advantages. Even grew to like her.
Carry on, Adams.
Aye, aye, sir.
I don't think we could talk to Trainer about E yet. I guess we'll talk to Allers.
Working out Allers?
Fairly normal, except for the unshackled AI, Matriarch Benezia's daughter, and the communicator that can reach Earth. The first two, I can deal with. That last one gets my attention.
So what are you asking for exactly?
Anything from Earth is the lead story right now. That's not opinion, it's fact.
Maybe I can pass on a few non-classified progress updates.
Seriously? You just doubled my ratings. I don't need FaceTime, just a data upload.
Tell people what's really happening on Earth. We need long recruiting lines on every planet after you air a story.
I can do this, Commander. Remind me to tell you about the time I made an Elcor cry.
Guess we'll talk to James. Or what's his nose? Is it James? I think it's James. Oh yeah, it's James. I just get him slightly confused with Jacob.
Lieutenant Steve Cortez, shuttle pilot. Got news about our supply chains, Commander.
Nice to meet you, Lieutenant. What's going on?
Sorry to just jump in, Commander. There's so much to be done, I get caught up in the tasks at hand.
He's always like that. You need to chill out, Esteban.
So you do care, Mr. Vega? Or is that the Cerveza talking again?
So what's happening with our supply chains, Lieutenant?
Alliance procurement chains are in chaos, but the Citadel's economy is still running. I can network to Citadel retailers. You can view inventory and make purchases right from this console.
When I network to a new store, I'll let you know.
It does cost more to coordinate delivery to the Normandy, so it's cheaper to buy supplies when you're there.
So you're my shuttle pilot, but you're setting up procurement chains?
I wasn't assigned as Normandy's pilot. Not much need for one on a dry dock ship. I was overseeing the retrofit of the cargo hold. I'm quite familiar with the operation and maintenance of the UT-47 Kodiak and the M44 Hammerhead. In my experience, it made sense for me to take over as shuttle pilot when we left Earth. Especially given Mr. Vega's love of mid-air collisions.
To save the day, pendejo.
I'm also responsible for logistics, making sure the armory and shuttle are properly stocked and maintained.
How long have you been with the Alliance?
About 10 years. I enlisted in First Fleet serving on the SSV Hawking, flying F-61 Tridents mostly. I love the Trident, it practically dances in low atmo. I spent as much time tinkering on my bird as flying her. Got a bit of a reputation.
So, you can fly fighters and fix them?
Yeah, and I got a knack for procurement too. They were grooming me for CAG, but my skill set made me more valuable commanding a flight deck. They assigned me to the Normandy retrofit team about 5 months ago to oversee all cargo bay modifications.
What happened to the M44 Hammerhead?
It was sent to the tech labs for a retrofit. To afford mobility with such a small ESO core, its design sacrificed armor plating. The lab engineers are trying to improve that. After the Reaper invasion, those labs are probably just a pile of rubble.
The Kodiak seems a bit different.
Good eyes, Commander. This is the UT-47A Kodiak. It's got an upgraded ESO core and prototype stealth technology based on the Normandy design. For quick drops, I can get you in and out virtually undetected. She flies like a brick, so that's why you need a good pilot.
Do you maintain this armory?
I share that duty with our illustrious Mr. Vega. Though I believe the only weapon he really cares to maintain is himself.
You know you love the show, Esteban.
The first retrofit we did was to move the armory down from Deck 2. I'm not sure what Cerberus engineers were thinking. Now you get off the elevator, pick your gear, and head right into the shuttle.
Just like the original Normandy.
Welcome back to the Alliance, Commander.
You were stationed on Earth. Do you have family there?
I'm an only child. Lost my parents years ago. I had a husband back when I was stationed at Ferris Fields. The Collectors took out the whole colony. I'd rather not talk about it.
Keep up the hard work, but don't kill yourself.
Yes, Commander.
Yeah, so we're... This arguably makes our inability to go to the Citadel Presidium or whatever the location is called, where we can access the door, even worse, because we're being punished for not buying directly from the uh, from the Citadel shops. We can't even access the Citadel shops because we haven't progressed the main plot enough. It isn't really worth buying any of this right now when they're paying a 10% markup. Simply because we're, in fact, I don't know, should I even be a negative? I should potentially be a negative. Because like buying things off of the Mass Effect 1, they had the idea of being able to buy things off of the on-ship vendor, basically. And you just had to buy licenses for it, which is fine. Here, there's a 10% markup, which is realistic, but it's also a King's Book study in detrimental realism, because there's no real point to designing it this way. Because aside from right now, I believe we pretty much will always have access to the Citadel shops. It's just a matter of getting on the Citadel and navigating between the different shops. So having this convenience feature, being able to do it all from Normandy, would technically you make having the vendors on the Citadel kind of redundant. If anything, because um, I mean, the thing is that maybe they could have something where you can't actually access all of the shops remotely. I mean, could be a little bit of a thing. Like you can't. I mean, the whole procurement thing is a little weird to begin with. Like, if we're all the way on the other side of the galaxy, how do we have? I mean, why would he procure a Model Alliance Kodiak for me to buy? Like, it's already like I'm not sure how the supply chain aspect works. Like the fact that they're applying some degree of realism here with regard to markups just makes the whole fact that we are able to instantly get all of this feel a little weird. I'm not sure if it's worthy of a negative. It's just I wouldn't even give it a negative for the fact that like we can't access store because we already can't. And sorry, been noted and given a negative. This only reinforces that negative even more because it's not necessarily like, oh, you're not meant to access that stuff, those inventories from a shop. Because we can access at least some of them for the requisitions. There could be a something of a information negative here, like the inability to compare this weapon to what we already have. Also, it's a battle rifle. I guess it's just an assault rifle. It looks like an assault rifle. We're doing shotguns and also can't we spare 6,000 credits for a toothbrush? Really?
Hey, Shepard. How'd it go with the council?
Same as usual. Non-committal. Unhelpful.
Bet they still wanted you to help them out, no?
Yeah. We're gonna rescue a Turian Primarch from Palaven.
Sounds like fun. Never been to the Turian homeworld. You down here for a reason?
Just came down to talk.
Great.
Still need to watch Mass Effect anime.
Talk about. You already know my service record.
I don't, actually. I didn't have access to personnel records when we met.
Right. Forgot about that. Well... Think you can dance and talk at the same time?
Soldier.
I think I can handle it.
Okay, loco. Let's dance.
Don't push your luck, Vega.
Who are you, John
With age
Cage?
comes wisdom and rank.
Ha! You sound like my old CO.
Oh yeah? And who was that?
Captain Tony. He was a hard-ass son of a bitch, but a good leader.
Was?
Died. With most of my squad. Protecting a civilian colony from a collector attack.
And the colony?
It was either them, or the intel we had on the collectors. Intel we could have used to destroy them. I chose the intel.
Sorry. That's a tough call.
The best part was, we didn't really need the intel in the end. Because you were out saving the galaxy by taking down the entire collector homeworld.
You didn't know. You can't blame yourself, Vega.
Who says I'm blaming myself?
My fist.
Nope. But that stunt back on Mars was reckless. You're lucky to be alive.
So?
So, maybe you don't care if you live or die.
Or maybe... I'm just willing to do whatever the fuck it takes to end this goddamn war!
Maybe you are. But if you're half as good as I think you are, we need you alive.
Thanks for the pep talk.
Anytime.
Hey, thanks for the dance, loco.
Loco, huh?
I can think of worse things to call you.
Long as you remember who's in charge, you can call me whatever you want.
Oh, I won't forget.
I think I can't remember who he calls us otherwise. As a maybe Chica if we're female. Don't nickname us after a Friday Nights at Freddy's character. So the scan mechanic. I'm good to wait until we try it. There's report. That's the. I can't remember what happened to the Cerberus lab.
I found something.
Yeah, this is Reaper alertness. And this is literally just we detected an anomaly and we launch probe to get more assets. I don't think we have more than that. Like one thing per system. Oh wait, now we do. Really? Go to hell. We still have limited fuel though. Great.
Signal confirmed.
Three hundred units of fuel. It's either the Garden World doesn't mean it's a picnic. Habitable land at the equator. Well, there's lots of different costumes. There you go, it can cover up his ugly face. And next was that's probably killing it. Oh, please our fitness. And of course, I think everyone, all the returning characters besides yourself have everything reset, which is kind of dumb. Might be a negative. Why weapon damage for a pure biotic?
Commander, I've got a hail from Admiral Hackett.
Put him through, Lieutenant.
Shepard, we've uncovered a secret Cerberus lab, function unknown. We sent in a recon team, but they were forced to pull out before they got very far.
Any other intel?
We think they're using the facility to warehouse and study Reaper tech. We've been wondering how Cerberus is connected to the Reapers, and this might give us some answers.
We're on it.
Find out what Cerberus is doing and get me any Reaper tech samples you can, Commander. Hack it out.
On my way.
Oh, this is a very... This is incredibly... Yeah.
Well, that's weird looking. Guess we found it.
Stop the sample. Roger that. Meet you at the landing pad.
What? It? Oh, it's the drop-off location? Okay. And you want us to wait until we've got all of them?
Second sample located, Commander. Nav point updated. Good work.
We still like killed him with one charge.
Just need to hold out until Cortez can pick us up.
Nothing like having your back to the wall.
Clearly here, wow, the troops here are really intense. No one smiles ever. And suicide on capture orders, seriously? They call training interrogation? Or integration. I start being integrated tomorrow. Can't wait. Can't grab this one? Can't target them. Target out of range. Can't target them. Because they're out of range. Hello. Goodbye.
Cortez, do you copy? What's your status? Engaging multiple targets. Time for something new. Lieutenant!
Last stand, Commander?
Just stay focused and keep at it.
Okay, over there. Thank you. Just waves and waves of enemies.
Cortez, do you copy?
I was playing Mass Effect 2.
Make it. Let's just keep the landing pad clear. We're ready for extraction as soon as you can get here.
It's such an exciting mission. Did we not miss anything? Are you sure? Well, never mind then. Are you sure you want to leave? Wait, no, never mind. Of course you're sure.
Commander, we've got our best engineers looking at the Reaper tech you secured from that.
Hope we didn't miss anything.
What was Cerberus doing with it?
We don't know yet, but whatever Cerberus is up to, it can't be good. Even if we can't determine its purpose, we've disrupted their experiments.
I doubt they'll just close up shop.
Agreed. We'll keep sending strikes against the facility. Good work, Commander.
You see the Citadel when we were there on leave?
You'd never know there was a war on. They'll know soon enough. All those refugees have to go somewhere.
It's really weird to me that there's a mod to remove this loading screen for the Legendary Edition. Because it's barely there. I'm running it off of an M2, so there's that. Oh. Last time there was just random debris. There was a bunch of systems to explore. Reapers are everywhere, though. I have frozen part depots. Also, everybody knows here, and there's dumping the scan? There's nothing to discover here. Maybe. My god, it's like even random how much it affects anything.
I found something.
Oh, it doesn't tell me how many assets are Oh, go to hell. It's officially getting a negative. I am sorry. This is a terrible mechanic. And what? Why? Just because I'm critical of a game doesn't mean you freaking. How many dogs barking at me every time I'm critical of a video game? That's my freaking job here that I'm not getting paid for. Excuse me if I sound irate when I'm talking about something that isn't good. I'm sorry, Ellie. You know, I should really look into a mod that like just jettisons this whole mechanic. I've already given it a negative. I've already reviewed it. I might even give it two negatives. Like, like I'm making multiple points here, and I'm making them separated out into like. Also, information negative for the fact that when you enter a system, you do not automatically save. What are you doing, Ellie? Ellie, like, are you chewing on something very loudly or what? You're making me nervous. I'll reopen doors. I'm gonna talk to him about it again. Start barking at me. I'm critiquing a game. Also, that we're looking at planet. The fact that the Reapers are. Please don't bite me! I don't need you turning against me too. Like, we shouldn't even be able to do this, but, you know, because it's a frickin'.
Evasion successful.
That was everything that was in there. And sometimes we don't even recover anything because. Fuck you. I might have to exit the game and look for a mod. Of course, we haven't even recovered all the.
Reapers eluded.
Can we go straight back in? Of course not.
Light jump successful.
This is a dumb mechanic, and they're dumb for having. I can't even use it again. Like, I literally have to give it, like. I'm tempted to add, like, another negative, or just to, like, go through point by point on why this is bad. Like, there could be, like, an information negative for the fact that it's. Um. Like, so. Like, if there is, like, any proper strategy to this whole idea. I cannot see it. Which would be an information negative. There's a mod for no Reapers and unlimited scan range on Galaxy Map. Oh, there's a mod that turns Mass Effect Reapers into Among Us imposters. Is there... Is there, like, an option to enable one but not the other? My god, I want one but not the other. I like the Easter egg hunt aspect of trying to scan, because apparently they increase the scan range so you just instantly find everything in the system. That is a cheat. I do not want to cheat. I want to remove a poorly implemented mechanic from the game. Which is technically cheating. I will grant you that. But this came out in May. Why hasn't there ever been a upgrade to the mod where they allow you to do one but not the other? Oh, you can actually do this yourself. The hell? I need an actual editor to edit that myself. I'll have to do that next time. I mean, you can do like one or the other, I guess. I prefer just not having to stress out about Reapers chasing me everywhere. Also, this would be fixed with the idea that, like, Reapers don't have such substantial numbers. Also gonna recruit at least a few people before, it says I'm being actively attacked by, Reapers. We sure can, like, scan with reckless abandonment. Or abandon, whatever. Of course. Why is the system here? Why does the system exist? So you can sail our ship into the sun? Also, all of our updates to our fuel capacity are just completely gone for no reason. I mean, other than, like, the retrofit somehow reset our fuel capacity. Hey, Ellie. I can't remember, like, what the cast of characters in Mass Effect 3 is. And it's kind of weird considering that two squad mates can just simply be dead. Potentially. I don't think they're even replaced by anybody. That doesn't feel right.
Oh no. No. Palaven.
We have an old friend there.
Holy hell. They're getting decimated.
Strongest military in the galaxy, and the Reapers are obliterating it.
Was it like this on Earth?
Yes.
Shepard. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Commander, the LZ's getting swarmed.
James, open that hatch.
Why don't we have a Gatling gun? I mean, come on. Every helicopter and landing ship should have a Gatling gun. Negative for no Gatling gun. Okay. Well, we'll just wait a little while and our ammo will actually replenish. Sorry, this is our own weapon. We have a submachine gun too, but still. Also, like, I think the problem with the Reapers being so damn powerful is the fact that it creates an agency versus urgency issue with the entire freaking game. Which may be a, like, this may be an excuse to actually codify the negative that I already, like, am thinking of in my head. The Reapers are too powerful. Like, they have too many numbers. They are able to devastate a planet very quickly. And yet, we can do, like, kind of whatever we want without, like, aside from scanning. Like, yeah. Like, this is the way I'm going to, like, criticize how powerful the Reapers are. It. This is only one point, really. And I may come up with others. The other one's going to be, like, the ending. It's going to be tied directly to the ending, so we have to wait until we actually get there. But, I was saying before, like, I can't criticize the game on what it could have been. But I can criticize it on what it is and how their narrative choices are impacting the believability of the story and the overall concept. And again, in case someone happens to just be tuning in right now, I'm pretty sure most people are going to be watching the VOD. It's whenever I become popular enough for people to be going for my VODs. So I'm just repeating myself, but as I want to do. But so much would be solved by just making the Reapers into this force, which very slowly but very effectively and efficiently arrives at a world, and over a course of time, it just destroys it bit by bit by bit, and their biggest um, strength is their resiliency and the fact that they hit like a hammer. Like, they don't need numbers. And they don't even need to do things quickly. They are inevitable. They are eventually going to destroy you. Like, there may be something of a middle ground between them being, having this obvious weakness of numbers, or, you know, being slow and methodical rather than able to destroy the entire world, like, in, like, however long this actual is. Like, the sense of time is really weird. Like, the pacing of the conflict is, like, kind of um, another issue. Like, like, I might even give a separate negative. This is kind of a related issue. Maybe it should be just a single negative, but I can't use the word decimated because I know what it means. It would actually make more sense if every planet that they encounter is instantly decimated. Having the planet instantly decimated would be like devastating, but to be sure, because I mean, if they can instantly decimate a planet, then they'll be able to very quickly get the rest of it, the remaining 90% dealt with in short order. Yep, I'm running out of room to put the word devastated. Like, there's the question of how we even stand a chance, and then there's just the pacing. I don't know how else to put it. And I think we hear some things from a certain character, and maybe even from the previous games about how the war, the last war against the Reapers was actually very protracted. Like it may have even taken generations. And yet somehow this cycle is just happening very quickly. I mean, maybe it's because there was something of an advantage to the Protheans being, this conquering, unifying force throughout the galaxy. Like, there may have been some advantage to that. I mean, again, the point is that our cycle is different because we are embracing diversity, but we're just not quite there yet in time to um, properly fight the Reapers. And granted, like the Reapers are effectively climate change. Like they're kind of almost an analogy for climate change when you think about it. It's a threat that if it's real, we should be, there's even the slightest chance that it's real and we can do something about it. We should do something about it. Because our planet is screwed if we don't do anything about climate change. If we don't clean up our act, literally and figuratively, um, our planet's doomed. And if we don't work together and try to marshal our forces against this potential threat of the Reapers, if we don't prepare for this potential threat, then we're screwed. And here we are getting screwed. mean, this is a freaking moon colony, and they're sending like at least 2 Reapers to this moon. Like one over there and one over there. I mean, freaking look at that. Like, that's... It's probably only been a few days. I mean, unless, like, time dilation is, like, literally a thing. And something that they're really being interested in, but really isn't interested at all in any science fiction. I mean, this is definitely a better, like, sense of how bad the Reapers are.
Domestic, get your men up on that north barricade.
Yes, sir.
Sergeant Bardas, find a way to get that comm tower operational.
Sir. General?
Commander Shepard. Heard you were coming, but I didn't believe it. General Corinthus.
I've come to get Primarch Fedorian.
Primarch Fedorian is dead. His shuttle was shot down an hour ago as it tried to leave the moon.
That's gonna complicate things. How bad is it, General?
We just lost about 400 men in half an hour. We set up camps on this moon as an advanced position to flank the enemy. A sound strategy. Just...
irrelevant.
Exactly. The sheer force of the Reapers seems to make them immune to that sort of tactic. The Primarch and his men found that out the hard way.
I'm sorry. I hear he was a good man.
And a friend. He would have been an outstanding diplomat.
So what happens now?
The Turian hierarchy provides very clear lines of succession.
Right. General Corinthus?
With such heavy casualties, it's hard for me to be certain who the next Primarch is. Palaven Command will know. However, at the moment...
Palaven Command is destroyed!
The comm tower is out.
Oh.
So swarming that area. We can't get close enough to repair it.
Don't worry, General. I'll get your tower operational.
Thank you, Commander. I'll take care of things on this end.
All right, let's go.
Why are we always so head up, eyes down?
I see the comm tower, to the left of the main barricade in front of Palaven.
Let's go.
Just stealing some credits from the data pad. Knowledge of the terrain is the only advantage here, and that's not going to last forever if they keep throwing their forces at us. We'll hold this area as long as we can. I'm linking my transponder to the life signal monitoring system of the unit's suits. If it goes out, send another unit here ASAP. Or ASAP, as they say.
Every serviceable pilot in the air. ASAP. Got it? Yes, sir.
They showed us winter gear. Not sure what they thought we'd do with that kind of gear here, but I suppose we should thank the spirits nonetheless. The power sources can be cannibalized and converted to power our combat gear's filtering units instead, at least. It'll be nice not to have those clogging up anymore. You know, we're just like collecting all the upgrades that we got before. They do have like actual stats, so why can't we see them at least in the requisition terminal? We can't. Doesn't do as much damage. Has a slightly better rate of fire. Does substantially less damage. How is this an upgrade? Like, you can actually like, see how it does more damage. I mean, granted, it's unmodded, so it might be. What's the question mark? Oh, that description thing? Even if the mod is transferred over, it's still like okay. It has more capacity, a little more capacity, and a little more fire rate. That's a lot easier to see. I think the green might be indicating what our weapon mods are adding. Oh, now it looks like it's inferior. I don't know what the heck's going on.
Up and on your left. This is the main barricade.
Okay, it's over there. I might to give it a positive for the quest markers, especially here. As much as I hate giving this game positives, it is so crap. And now I'm okay. The spot on the page is linked to write on. I almost feel like I should put a control question mark for the for the ability to change just skip dialogue choices altogether. It's a nice option, I guess, for people who don't want to roleplay. Or who don't care about role-playing. But if you don't care about role-playing, then why are you playing a role-playing game? And are there people who like actively dislike role-playing to the extent that they appreciate the option to just not have to bother with it at all? Like, that's my... Like, that's my chief thought here. Because if you don't like role-playing, then just select... Like, always select the top option, or always select the bottom option. Just play straight Paragon or straight Renegade. It's not that difficult. The dialogue system is not cumbersome to navigate. In fact, there's even fewer choices here than ever. So why the hell would you want? It doesn't slow down the pace of the game that much to have dialogue options. I mean, it's kind of just my opinion, man, but... It's like they came out of nowhere, because they probably did. It's like they took the design of some of the later missions of... Mission is so boring. Where are we supposed to go again? No one was able to get here with like free husks.
James, you're up for tower repair.
On it. Might take me a while, but I'll do my best.
Here they come.
Ready, Liara?
You bet. Let's take these monsters.
Oh, thank you for waiting your turn. They just like... I'm probably going to be playing Skyrim again next month. It being one of the first games I play is going to be interesting. I'm not sure if I'm gonna go for platinum or like getting all the achievements. Especially since it would be literally getting all the achievements. Really? I may have to give a negative for the ammo system. A little bit. It feels more distracting this time around.
Commander Shepard, come in.
Go ahead.
I have information from Palaven Command. Please return ASAP.
On our way.
I guess ammo is technically plentiful, but I'm feeling like I had to kind of go out of my way a bit more to attain it. It still depends on how pervasive it is. Damn, I'm starting to get, like, actually hungry now.
What have you got?
I had a late lunch, so...
Succession is usually simple, but right now, the hierarchy's in chaos. So many dead or MIA.
I need someone. I don't care who. As long as they can get us the Turian resources we need.
I'm on it, Shepard. We'll find you the Primarch.
Garrus.
Vicarian, sir. I didn't see you arrive.
At ease, General.
Good to see you again. I thought you'd be on Palaven.
If we lose this moon, we lose Palaven. I'm the closest damn thing we have to an expert on Reaper forces, so I'm advising.
James, this is Garrus Vicarian. He helped me stop the Collectors. He's a hell of a soldier.
Lieutenant, good to see you too, Liara.
Good to see you in one piece, Garrus.
General Corinthus filled me in. We know who we're after.
Palaven Command tells me that the next Primarch is General Adrian Victus.
Victus. His name's crossed my desk.
Know him, Garrus?
I was fighting alongside him this morning. Lifelong military, gets results, popular with his troops. Not so popular with military command. Has a reputation for playing loose with accepted strategy.
Oh yeah, there is Edie. So you have anywhere from at least in this version, you have anywhere from 6 to 8 squad members available to you. Which is just doesn't feel quite as much. And of course, if you didn't have the from Ashes DLC, you'd have anywhere from 5 to 7 potential squad members. I don't believe there are actual like replacement characters for Tali and Garrus. So if they die in Mass Effect 2, they're not here. I guess I could have some donuts for supper. I might not have a choice. It's actually like almost 9 o'clock. Anything else would probably be too heavy.
What do you mean?
On Tetris, during the uprisings, his squad discovered a Solarian spy ring about the same time the Turian separatists did. Rather than neutralize the ring, he fell back. He even gave up valuable fortifications which the rebels took.
Then the rebels attacked the Solarians, and when both groups had worn each other down, Victus moved back in. Didn't lose a man.
Bold strategy, but wild behavior doesn't get you advanced up the meritocracy.
Primarch Victus. That should be something to see.
You think he can get the job done?
We both know conventional strategy won't beat the Reapers. Right
Oh
now,
my
he's
god.
the best shot, and I trust him.
Okay, let's get him on the shuttle and get out of here.
Commander! Shepard, come in!
Can this wait, Joker? We're in the middle of a war zone.
We've got a situation on the Normandy, Commander. It's like she's possessed. Shutting down systems, powering up weapons. I can't find the source.
I need the Normandy standing by. We may have to bug out.
Should I go back and take a look?
Do it. Garrus, you said you were
What?
with us this morning?
Yeah, but we got separated.
What?
To bolster a flank that was breaking. Could be anywhere out there.
We're trying to raise him, Commander.
Huh?
Headed for the airfield.
Control negative. Control negative.
General, tell Primarch Victus we'll rendezvous here. In the meantime, let's go take care of whatever that thing dropped off. Coming, Garrus?
Are you kidding? I'm right behind you.
I am not gonna be stuck with frickin' Vega. I mean, I am, but I'm not gonna be happy about it. It's not even gonna be a positive for like when we were able to if it's always the person that you, even if it is always the person who you didn't send to defend the tower, I I gotta look into this because I need to make an informed. In missions, what? No. Everyone's talking about. No, it's always Liara. That's even worse. Because it isn't because we didn't have her defend. We chose James to defend the tower, and that's like somehow some weird thing. It's always Liara. And I'm sorry, that is bad game design. Like, I understand that they need to come up with some contrived reason early in the game as to why we can't have more than 3 squad members at a time. Actually, I kind of rather in general that it just not be addressed. I mean, I guess they kind of have to address it. Because otherwise it's kind of stupid. But the thing is, having EDI's malfunctioning be a reason why someone goes back to the Normandy. It's still a little contrived, to be honest. But being able to choose who to send out would be great. And not that difficult to do. None of our squad is a complete sausage fest. Thank you, BioWare. This is one aspect of reviewing that I kind of agree with Blur Runner on. Is that there are certain features that should be standard, that should just be there. And the ability to choose your squad is one of those things. I should also potentially give a negative for inability to have Java with us during this mission. Because apparently we can't. We haven't done that mission, but now that I've read about it, it's a negative. Maybe there's an explanation for it in game, and like maybe he's still acclimating to what's going on and not quite ready to join us on missions. But that should be kind of consistent regardless. Like, of when we do that mission. So, if we did a mission last, and he's just able to go on a mission immediately, then that's inconsistent. So like, I understand that there are kind of story reasons why. Maybe a little bit. And he is about to play DLC. Although he's very well integrated DLC beyond this, so. It was controversial day one DLC. I'm not going to give that like a negative here because it's literally part of the game. But I am going to give negatives for cracks in the implementation. Like, if you're not going to allow me to take Javik on any missions until after I've completed this mission, then don't allow me to recruit Javik until after I've completed this mission. Problem solved.
Atmosphere's a little thinner than I'm used to, is all. Adrenaline's better than oxygen any day.
Now we're meeting some of the.
Just me? Or do those Reapers look like Turians?
You're right. They do.
They're not Reapers, they're effectively husks. And I'm gonna give you a negative for that.
done here.
I'm gonna give a positive for the mission so far. And most of the missions are just kind of there. I mean, I could give a positive for like the.
Go ahead.
Still trying to raise the Primarch, but we've got trouble back here at the main barricade. If the Reapers breach it, we're done.
On my way.
I can review this turret section. Maybe. Has a little bit of ammo, but we had to reload it.
They're on the barricade.
Picking them off. Maybe I can do 3 at a time. Wahoo!
Okay, come on. Who's next?
I think this is pretty good. There's like a. Like the ability to reload it is kind of a little more interesting than simply overheating after a certain point.
Old humans say, like fish in a barrel.
Where did that A even come from anyway? No, they're not. Oh wait, there's the. Oh really? I wonder if that was originally meant to be a Yarg or whatever. He decided to make it a variant of a Turian. Oh well, that's. Oh, well, James is dead. Oh, damn it! Why is he dead?
What's the word on the Primarch?
Still can't get a stable comm link.
Okay, I'm going on foot. Shepard out. Garrus, take me to the last place you saw Victus.
How far? Should be pretty quick, unless we find trouble.
Obviously, we'll find trouble. Or trouble finds us, you know, as it tends to do.
That's rough. Still have family there?
My dad. A sister.
How bad is it?
3 million lost the first day. 5 the second.
How's your military holding up?
Look around. That should give you some idea.
You're putting up a good fight.
For now. But how long does it take before the fight's kicked out? If they'd only listened to your warnings about the Reapers, they might have been ready.
Maybe. Hard to figure how you prepare for something like this. Got more back here. Shit, I hate those things. And New York is crawling with the creepy bastards? I never should have left Earth.
It's gonna be bad all over.
Leaving the fight just pisses me off.
But you're here asking Victus to do the same thing. Leave the fight to make nice at some point.
This summit is the only chance we've got. None of us is beating the Reapers alone.
I also feel like it could be a negative for most of the entire trilogy, just how much the Council is in denial about the Reapers. Because, like, their whole justification for, like, not taking it seriously is that Saren was just trying to play mind games with us. And it's like, why? Like, why would he go to all that trouble just to mess with us? Like, that's the problem with the overall trilogy, and I'm not, like, that is the negative I could potentially retroactively add to Mass Effect 2, which is why I have not I'm not sure. I may have already given a negative. Like, I may have mentioned it earlier, I don't know. I have to like, really go for my notes. Yeah. I might remove the information negative for the holographic advertisement. It was a glitch, clearly. It's a purely cosmetic glitch, and it only happened one of the times I fired up the game. So yeah, the hologram advertisements looked kind of like wonky. Yeah, I don't think I gave a negative for that, and I kind of feel like I should. Like the adversarial relationship we have with the council is a little contrived. I feel like I think there are ways they could have done the sense that we're kind of on our own a little bit more in Mass Effect 2. Or even just really have given the council a little more like believability that like they like in the 2 years since Mass Effect 2, like seeing no further evidence of Reapers, fine maybe, but then they don't like seem to investigate or go out of their way to try to investigate it further or look through like Prothean archives or just in general consider the fact that like if we are correct, again it is an existential threat to the galaxy, to all advanced life in the galaxy, and if we do absolutely nothing to prepare for it, for that probability, then again we're screwed. So I feel like they should have done something in the 2 years since Mass Effect 2. And then just be like, we. And maybe even touch upon that. That, like, we have, like, done some things to marshal up our military. But, like, we just don't know enough about the Reapers. We're not even sure if they're real. And I don't know, maybe add some nuance to just a tad more nuance to the council's like beyond just being so incredibly doubtful about it. Like, have them be pragmatic. Like, we believe you, but there's only so much we can do with the limited information we have. So go out there, as a Spectre, deal with this collective threat. Like, again, it's a human matter. If you think it's connected to the Reapers, maybe you'll discover more information about the Reapers that that we can use, because we have no idea how to deal with it. And if it is real, we have no idea how to deal with it. And I'm not sure if the council meetings that we go to are public record. Like, they could potentially play that angle a little bit, and just have like a council member approach us later in private and be like, "Hey, we actually do believe you, but we cannot publicly acknowledge the existence of the Reapers because it would create a panic." That old chestnut. And there is simply not enough information available to, we're doing some things behind the scenes to marshal up our military a little bit, in subtle ways, but we simply do not have enough information to act upon. So try your best to find it for us. Then, fighting in the Mass Effect 2, we still don't quite have enough to act upon. Like, that doesn't really change, per se. Like, maybe we send some information we found at the collector base and, and such to the Alliance, and then they send it to the Citadel. But again, there's only so much they can do, and they're probably going to inevitably wind up in a very similar situation in Mass Effect 3. Though again, I would tone down the devastation significantly. There'd be great potential for long-term devastation. And I want there to be in general, a greater sense of escalation. That, like, the longer this conflict drags on, the more damage is happening. Rather than instantly, like, we're in a bad spot, like, with very little time, or very little sense of there being a significant passage of time. Because basically, the idea is that it's a matter of pacing, as I said, not only like storytelling in general. That's kind of the first negative. It is a little bit of storytelling in general. But it is the pacing is the big one. Because if they're doing this like within a few days, we probably don't stand a chance. Like, at the pace this is going, we're already screwed. Like, again, it's just kind of artificial urgency that is taken to an extreme. And I've already like stated about like agency versus urgency. I almost feel like the whole Reaper scanning mechanic. I think I've already given it like a double negative. If I had to like split it up, it would be like one is the fact that there's a number of different factors. There are probably more than two. But I'm not necessarily going to give a negative for every factor, like every individual factor that makes it bad. There's the fact that it happens just that um uh, that we kind of had to hunt for, like, we many of the things that we can discover are not like on planets. Like, the stuff that's on planets you can be a little bit strategic about. Um but there's not a lot of sense of real strategy. Like, it feels random. Maybe it isn't entirely random, but it feels like random how much threat we generate from you know where we are in the system. Like, maybe it's dependent on where we are in the system. Maybe it's random. Maybe we're supposed to wait until the Reapers have kind of moved on from the particular system we're in to scan it. I don't know, because I mean we can see like which systems are occupied by Reapers, so there might be a somewhat strategic element to it, but yeah. And if the Reapers catch you, which there's a fair chance they might, it's reloading your last save. And depending on where you save, that might be a really bit, or where it may have locked auto saved, that might be a little too harsh a penalty. Also, generally, the idea of instantly getting killed by something like that is not great. If we're not going to have ship combat, then it's like basically the risk outweighs the reward effectively, substantially, and it's just annoying, and it's literally annoying. I don't like it. I mean, the fact that the range is limited also is a contributing factor, but again, I'd rather just had the Reapers taken out of the equation. But yeah, the other major factor is the limited scan range. But I mean, solving one problem is. I mean, the one problem I pretty much want to solve is just not having the Reapers be there at all. That's a little too extreme, but I doubt I can change any other variable that would really help make it feel more balanced. But you potentially just change the scan range and make it unlimited, so that it automatically reveal everything no matter where you are. In which case, it's just a matter of the strategy to be like where you do the scan, and when you do it like in the middle of the system, and then like it wouldn't alert Reapers, and therefore, but then it would be kind of too easy. And typically, just one scan does not alert the Reapers, no matter where you're doing it. And when one scan is all you need, well, there's no challenge. So I feel like getting rid of the Reapers and then making it so that you have to like go run a system, finding stuff, in a kind of Easter egg hunt type of thing. Like, okay, that's kind of fun. That's kind of interesting. Maybe a little frustrating, but but having to add the layer of the Reapers on top of it and having to avoid scanning too much when you have no idea where things are, because some things are just like floating in the middle of space. I mean, that would be at the very least, that probably would be my second negative. Would be that, like, if it was just planets, then you can be like strategic. Okay, like here's a cluster of planets that should be within my scan range. So if I position myself so that I can scan the maximum number of planets and optimize my scanning, I can ideally scan most of the sector before the Reapers are alerted to my presence. But no, there are literally things just floating in the middle of space, so you have to go around scanning random spots, and you're inevitably going to alert the Reapers. So why even bother with the mechanic at all when the game is just going to punish you for using it?
You okay?
Yes, sir. We'll make it.
Have you seen General Victor?
Half hour ago. Headed south.
Okay, good luck.
Yes, sir.
Commander, how many troops in that crash? 50? 75?
Not sure.
Sounds right.
Hard to see a beautiful ship like that go down.
Not to mention the men serving on her.
Yeah. We should go.
They said the Primarch...
Pass my line. Well, it's actually I should go, but...
That was a little closer than I'd like.
I'll say.
No survivors. Damn it.
Crash like that, it's not surprising.
I guess that makes sense when we're going from this. Yeah? Huh? Yeah? My god! Huh? Yeah? 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 Huh? Sorry.
Not that easy. The Batarians took the first hit when the Reapers arrived. Not much left of them. And the Krogan have never forgiven us for the genophage.
Right. Turians sterilized them.
Solarians came up
And the Krogan hate them both for it.
So they won't be joining us.
Too bad. I fought with a Krogan. They're tough sons of bitches.
Huh? Yeah? Huh? Yeah? Huh? Shit, stop. Please see me so that I can stop. Huh? Yeah? I can just dash that you literally faster. I just want to play, I'm trying to play a better game.
That sounds bad! Okay, double time. No Reaper's taking this Primarch from me. Right behind you!
Oh, there's so much danger. Oh. I can give something of a positive for I should really like to be a cannibal during the synthesis ending. Like you're like I don't know. Like what are cannibals like? They seem like they're eating multiple people, like squished together or something. They're basically rip-offs of the ogres from Dragon Age. They're probably like actually recycling animations from the Dragon Age games here. It just feels like some of the later levels of Mass Effect 2. Just stretched out for the entire game. Where they're just like running out of ideas on how to make the action interesting and fun. For high level characters. It may have been better if they actually hadn't come up with the idea of cutting over your experience from the first game.
General Victus.
Yes?
I'm Commander Shepard of the Normandy.
Commander, I know who you are. I can't wait to find out what brings you out here. Vicarian, where did you go?
Heavy Reaper unit on the right flank. I believe your exact words were, "Get that thing the hell off my men."
Appreciated.
General, you're needed off-planet. I've come to get you.
It will take something beyond important for me to leave my men or my Turian brothers and sisters in their fight.
Fodorian was killed. You're the new Primarch.
You're needed immediately to chair a summit and represent your people in the fight against the Reapers.
I'm Primarch of Palaven, negotiating for the Turian hierarchy.
Yes.
I've spent my whole life in the military. I'm no diplomat. I hate diplomats.
You sound perfect.
What makes you think you're not qualified?
I'm not really a by-the-book kind of guy, and I piss people off. My family's been military since the Unification War. War is my life. It's in my bones. But that kind of passion is deceptive. Can make you seem reckless when you're anything but.
War is your resume. At a time like this, we need leaders who've been through that hell.
I like that. You're right.
And honestly, uniting these races may take as much strength as facing the Reapers. See this devastation, Primarch? Double that for Earth. I need an alliance. I need the Turian fleet.
I'm not thinking about negative for Ugina being the counselor, regardless of what you choose.
Give me a moment to say goodbye to my men.
Without him down here, there's a good chance we lose this move.
Without him up there, there's a good chance we lose everything.
Look at that. And they want my opinion on how to stop it? Failed CSEC officer, vigilante, and I'm their expert advisor? Think you can win this thing, Shepard?
Yeah, I don't know, Garrus. But I'm sure as hell gonna give it my best shot.
I'm damn sure nobody else can do it. For whatever it's worth, I'm with you.
Welcome aboard. Are you ready, Primarch Victus?
One thing. Commander, I appreciate your need for our fleets, but I can't spare them. Not while my world is burning. But if the pressure could be taken off Palaven...
That's a pretty tall order.
We need the Krogan. I can't see us winning this thing without them. Get them to help us, and then we can help you.
The Krogan.
Looks like your summit just got a lot more interesting.
The Asari have been down this road before, Commander Shepard.
But Madam Counselor, let me...
I tried to smooth things over with the Solarian Dalatras. To say she's upset would be a monumental understatement.
Some of these issues are hundreds of years old. Time to let go.
Sad to say, but any effort to ally these disparate groups seems doomed to failure. And I'm sure you understand that we cannot afford to waste time with the Reapers knocking at our door. This must be my final word. I'm sorry, but the Asari will not be at your summit.
Our alliance would be stronger with the Krogan. You need them. We all do.
I wish you luck, Commander. Goodbye.
Commander, Admiral Hackett's available on VidCom.
So positive for enemy variety. I'm still gonna give like I think this might deserve a negative. I think it gave a positive for the ability to carry things, like carry your character development forward.
Commander, have you retrieved the Primarch for your summit?
Yes, sir. But the Asari are staying on the sidelines.
They'll regret that. The time for unity is now.
The Solarians will be there, though.
You don't sound very optimistic.
We expect the Krogan will be joining us, too.
I see. Well, then you've got your hands full, Commander. Was there something else you needed to discuss?
Have you pieced together how the Reapers hit Earth?
It wasn't all that complicated, really. They surged through the relays and hit Arcturus Station before we knew what was happening. From there, it was a short jump to the Sol system. Earth didn't stand a chance.
Sending us to the Mars Archives was a good call.
Still doesn't make up for the fact that the Reapers nailed us to the wall. I sacrificed the entire Second Fleet to provide cover for the Third and the Fifth to retreat. Hell, I presided over the most devastating military defeat in human history.
How do you see us winning this war, Admiral?
By making you the tip of the spear.
I'm flattered, but the Normandy's just one ship.
And a fast one. You can move quickly, hit a target, and leave before the enemy has time to react.
It's an advantage, but can it win a war?
It's the larger principle that matters. We'll never defeat the Reapers in a full frontal assault, Shepard. The battle against Sovereign 3 years ago took everything we had, and that was just one Reaper.
I haven't forgotten.
So I'll find their soft spots, avoid them where they're strong, and hit them where they're not. And when I find gaps in the armor, I'll hammer them with every soldier, ship, and bullet we've got.
How long can we keep that up?
As long as it takes. The reality is, Shepard, everything I'm doing is a delaying action for you. I'm buying us time, keeping us in the game while you gather what we need for this Prothean device. So keep at it.
I do feel like Shepard's kind of like a little too important.
Has your analysis of the Prothean device turned up anything?
The hour appears to be right. It's a weapon of some sort. A big one. Beyond that, we really can't say, other than it's going to be a hell of a thing to try and build.
Do you think it's risky, building something like this when we don't even know what it does?
To be honest, the thing scares the hell out of me, but the Reapers have forced our hand. 2 centuries ago, scientists faced the same problem in the Second World War. They weren't sure what the atomic bomb might do. Some thought it could even ignite Earth's atmosphere, but they did it anyway.
Any updates on Cerberus?
They're still the wild card here. Hitting the archives on Mars suggests they're after the same thing we are. A way to defeat the Reapers.
It didn't seem as if the Elusive Man was suggesting we appease them. Not like Saren did. You'd think we'd be on the same side, now more than ever.
Cerberus has never played by the rules as we know them. I don't know what their agenda is, but it has nothing to do with humanity's best interests.
The Elusive Man talked about controlling the Reapers. He seemed to think that's how we win this.
He's wrong. Dead Reapers are how we win this.
Doesn't mean he won't try.
I saw your report on that Cerberus soldier you found on Mars. If the Elusive Man is good at one thing, it's finding new ways to subvert science. It's never worked for him before, and it won't now.
Nothing more, sir.
Keep me posted. Hack it out.
Commander, thank you for allowing me the use of your ship, and for going along with this plan. Garrus said he had to attend to the Normandy's weapons systems. Something about calibrations.
Sounds good. I'm sorry to say the Asari Counselor won't be joining us. She thinks there's too much bad blood with the Krogan.
She may be right.
Now we get bad blood, something.
Real blood, if we don't try.
When you put it that way.
The sooner we have this summit, the sooner we'll know. Is there something else I can help you with?
I don't feel like talking.
Thank you, Primarch. My thoughts are with Palaven.
And mine with Earth.
Commander, Edie just went offline.
What do you mean, offline?
I don't know, she's not responding and I can't access the AI core diagnostics. You better get down to Deck 3.
I'll give a positive for Primarch Victus. He's cool.
Commander, comm systems are going haywire. Whatever's happening is centered on Deck 3.
See if you can get to Edie. I'll check the AI core.
Blocking me. Whatever's happening, it's taken Edie offline.
Commander, I don't know what the hell's going on, but it's based in the AI core.
I'll head down.
Maybe hurry.
That's what makes sure you're okay.
I'm trying to restart the systems, but something's blocking me. Whatever's happening, it's taken Edie offline.
Is everything okay?
That's what I'm gonna find out.
Resetting power bonuses. And resetting powers.
Joker, what's that sound?
Fire extinguishers, Commander. Could be an electrical fire, or something.
Cagliari isn't even here. She's even really checking anything.
Edie, talk to me.
Is there a particular topic you wish to discuss, Shepard?
Edie?
Yes.
You're in Dr. Eva's body.
Not all of me, but I have control of it. It was not a seamless transition.
A transition? You blacked out on us for a while there.
Correct. When we brought this unit on board, I began a background process to search for its information on the Prothean device. This eventually triggered a trap. A backup power source and CPU activated, and the unit attempted physical confrontation. Fortunately, I was able to gain root access and repurpose it as I saw fit. During this process, it struggled. Thus the fire.
Well, if it means having full access to the Prothean data in its head, good work.
I reasoned along similar lines.
So if you're in there, are you still in the ship?
I exist primarily within the ship. For optimal control, this unit should remain within Normandy's broadcast or tight beam range.
Are you planning to take that body somewhere?
Normandy's weaponry is not suited to every combat situation. This platform could provide limited fire ground support.
You mean you could come with us?
Correct. This body could accompany you to areas the Normandy cannot reach.
Before we do that, I need you to guarantee this mech doesn't have any more surprises in it. Run whatever tests you can. Then we can talk about using it in combat situations.
One moment. I am running trials. Complete. I can send you a full report if you wish. However, my first step should be restoring functionality to the Normandy, to reassure the crew that all is normal.
Just don't be surprised if the crew is a little wary of your new body. It was shooting at them a little while ago.
An excellent point. I will take it to the bridge. Joker will also want to see it.
On that, we can agree.
We're a little bit renegade.
Was that Edie who just walked by?
Yes, it was.
Oh, Joker is going to have a field day with that.
Everything okay down here, Doctor?
The Alliance team cleaned up and restocked, but it's still my old med bay. Feels like home.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Let's waste no time. If I may, I'd like to examine you.
Nothing with me, is there?
No, but we should keep an eye on all those cybernetic implants Cerberus grafted into you.
Expensive stuff, bringing me back.
And worth every penny. Let's just make sure everything is okay.
Guess a checkup never hurts. Just no scalpel this time, Doc.
Alas, to my great disappointment, it is nothing invasive. I'm just going to run some diagnostics on your implants, and it'll take a few readings. The procedure we did for your scarring has produced a lovely synthetic protein overlay. And your body has accepted the implants quite nicely.
It'd better. Sure didn't come cheap.
That's it. You're the picture of health.
How's our inventory of meds?
The medbay was fully stocked before you left Earth. We should be good for a long time, even given the amount of fire you take each day.
Do you ever regret working for Cerberus?
We didn't work for them. We used them. If I were to feel anything, it would be guilt. We took their money, took their best people, took their best ship. We used them to defeat the Collectors, and now we are using their resources against them. So no, I don't regret it one bit.
You've never mentioned any of your family.
None to speak of, really. I'm the last of a prestigious line of medical professionals. The Alliance is my spouse, and you're all my children. I'm blessed with many close friends. But with each Alliance vessel taken, I lose one or two. We need to end this war.
I'll see you around, Doctor.
Take care, Shepard.
Finally, our ship is going to be properly. Our weapons are going to be properly.
I know, Primarch. I'm seeing the same numbers myself. They don't look good.
We have to turn this around, and fast.
Well, you can trust Shepard, sir. If anybody can get the Krogan to cooperate, it's him. He's an old friend of Erdnot Rex.
Let's just hope friendship still counts for something in this war.
I'm sure it will, sir.
Garrus. Didn't waste any time getting to work, I see.
After what I've been through lately, calibrating a giant gun is a vacation. Gives me something to focus on.
We're gonna need you for more than your aim.
Oh, I'm ready for it. But I'm pretty sure we'll still need giant guns. And lots of them. Sovereign didn't go down without a fight. I doubt 1,000 more of his friends will be any different. Still not convinced I should have left Palaven behind.
There was a boy back on Earth. Couldn't have been more than 6 or 7. I watched him die as the Normandy escaped the attack. Somehow I'm still alive. And he's not.
Being right about the Reapers has never felt much like a victory, has it?
We both knew this fight would be tough. Damned if the Reapers haven't delivered.
At least my government listened to me. Or pretended to. They finally gave me a task force as a token to shut me up.
So you're their expert advisor now?
Just followed your example, Shepard. Yell loud enough and someone will eventually come over to see what all the fuss is about. Not that they'll actually do anything about it.
Until hell shows up at their door. Then they put you in charge.
Not like the old days, is it? Rogue Spectre and C-Sec agents running and gunning outside the lines, making it up as we went along. We're actually respectable now.
The boy is getting a negative. For a couple reasons. One is just um, the fact that it is kind of a cheap way to make us try to like feel more of a tragedy of what happened to Earth. If it was done on top of things that actually worked well, if the destruction of Earth and devastation on Earth were better presented in general, it would just be the icing on the cake. Put it in a weird kind of uh, dark way. I guess I can't prove. There's a word I'm reaching for that I can't think of. But he also, I think, the biggest thing is that it draws attention to the fact that there are literally no other children in this game. Now, there haven't been children in any other Mass Effect game anywhere, even on the Citadel or public areas where combat just doesn't happen. Um, Hence, there being no reason besides just having to create the assets. Um, but I mean, you have a child body model now, so why not just? I mean, you have to create like hair types and clothing and whatever. I guess it's more complicated than that. But just having children spread throughout, like refugee children, or like of course you probably want to have children of different races. That's probably one of the more significant reasons, I suppose. You had to have like Turian children and Batarian children, and you know, but like this is the third entry of a series. You're creating a child character for the first time in the series, and his sole purpose is to just be killed off and then make him into the Star Child at the end. Yeah, now there's a freaking moth who somehow broke in here. Like, I understand the undertaking of bringing children into it, and damn it, yeah, it's a really tiny moth. It probably slipped for the friggin' reading window, making me instantly regret. I'm actually going to close it again. I mean, I can get back out, but the chances of it doing that are very low, especially at this time of day. Um,
Yeah. I have a feeling that respect comes with a lot of sleepless nights. I can't even count how many lives are depending on us, Garrus.
Well, when things are looking grim, and I'm pretty sure they will, just remember, a certain Turian friend of yours isn't sleeping any better, and he'd be more than happy to meet you at the bar and drink you under the table. Something else you want to talk about?
You mentioned you still had family on Palaven.
My father is there. Sister, too.
How long has it been since you heard from them?
Long enough to be worried.
I'm sure they're okay.
That's the thing about getting old, Shepard. The platitudes get just as old. What about you? Any word from your family?
My mother's in the Alliance. Haven't heard from her since Earth got hit.
I'm sure she's okay.
I know you don't have any illusions about what we're up against, Garrus. How do you rate our chances?
I know it looks bad now, but I think we can win this, Shepard. For the first time since we met, we're not alone in the fight. It's something I learned long ago in CSEC. An imminent and painful death has a way of motivating people. Instead of questioning your every word, whole civilizations are going to be begging you to save them.
After what's happened to Palaven, you still believe that?
I didn't say there wouldn't be casualties. It's something Turians are taught from birth. If just one survivor is left standing at the end of a war, then the fight was worth it. But humans want to save everyone. In this war, that's not going to happen.
So what's this Reaper task force you've been running?
After what happened to you out there in Batarian space, I knew time was running out. For all of us. The Citadel Council was a dead end, so I did something I never thought I'd do. I went to my father.
He used to work for CSEC, didn't he? I seem to remember that the two of you didn't see eye to eye.
To put it mildly. But he still had heavy pull in the Turian government. The Primarch, well, the old one, was a friend of his. So I went to my father and laid out everything we knew about the Reapers, from Saren all the way to the Collector base.
I'm not sure even I'd believe it.
I had to admit that parts of it sounded crazy. Meeting Vigil, talking to Sovereign on Vermeer. But my father just listened. It's what he did in his days at CSEC, putting together all the pieces. If the connections were there, he wouldn't deny them. And he saw what we always knew. The Reapers were coming.
I'm glad someone finally agreed.
He did more than agree. He took it to the Primarch.
I like his style.
Except the Primarch wasn't as convinced. My father kept pushing and finally got him to commit some token resources. And if you call them a task force, it sounds like you did something about it.
What did you do with it?
As much as I could get away with. And a little more. We hardened our lines of communications, expanded emergency stockpiles across the colonies, improved our early warning detection protocols.
You think it helped?
I'd like to think it bought our fleet some extra time. We'll know when this war is over.
So you can vouch for this new Primarch?
Well, even if I couldn't, you go to war with the army you have.
Will he live up to his word?
I've never known Victus to lie. Play fast and loose with strategy, maybe, but betray an ally. Not his style. And if he did try, well, we'll just find another Primarch.
I noticed generals saluting you, Garrus. How far down the line of succession are you these days?
Let's not go there.
Primarch Vicarian, honored war hero. Somebody's gonna have to rebuild Palaven when this is over.
Yeah, somebody who knows how to hold a hammer.
That's all for now, Garrus. It's damn good to have you back.
Wouldn't miss this fight for anything. Now, I'm sure somebody screwed up something down here. I want to get the old girl back in fighting shape.
You're positive you don't want to come over and talk?
No, the gun battery is nice and quiet. If I throw down some rugs, it'll get downright cozy.
Garrus?
I'll be fine, Liara. Just gathering some thoughts.
All right.
Yeah. This is a server operated. It's like the suicide bomb. Yep, everyone in servers is rated up like that.
Something on your mind?
Old memories. I spent a few weeks on Palvin's South Peaks when I was very, very young. A Turian there teased me a little, saying that the mountains went on forever. I remember believing him. When I looked up at Palvin from its moon, I saw those same mountains burning.
Kind of a neat detail that the monitors seem to like move around a little bit. Maybe. Maybe I'm wrong. But they kind of do. Like when you get close to them, it's a neat detail. Not necessarily positive for me, but neat detail.
At your service.
I'm gonna call it a night soon.
Commander, I found something suspicious. Have you got a minute? Commander, are you all right? It was fairly intense up here. I can only imagine what it was like down on that moon.
I thought you'd be more concerned about Edie.
Edie is a huge asset to this team. If she'd told me about her plan to obtain a body, I'd have volunteered to help.
I did not wish to force a conflict of interest between our friendship and your duty.
I'd have preferred a conflict of interest to a hard restart of half our systems. But thanks, regardless. While you're here, though, I found something while scanning Alliance channels. Grissom Academy is requesting help. The Reaper invasion front will hit them soon.
I thought the war would close most schools.
Grissom Academy is more specialized than a normal school. It's home to some of the smartest students humanity has to offer. Their Ascension project helps gifted young biotics. If it had been open 20 years ago, I bet you'd have been there.
Yes, I sent a young man named David Archer there. I'm just surprised they're still open.
Some of their work has Alliance support. That might be why they stayed.
What can we do?
A Turian evac transport responded to their distress call, so normally I'd say we don't need to do anything. But something sounded off in the Turian signal. I had Edie perform an analysis. It's fake. Edie thinks it's Cerberus. She said the fake Turian signal was similar to the one that lured you to a collector ship?
Long story.
In any event, whoever faked the signal wants us to think Grissom Academy's being evacuated. But I believe they're still in danger.
Good catch.
If this really is Cerberus, hopefully this operation is something worth investigating. It could be simple disinformation.
Trainer, good catch.
Thank you, Commander.
Not sure if I want to run into Jack quite this early.
Hey, Commander, check out my co-pilot.
So she installed herself into the new body without any help from you?
Come on, Commander. Don't you trust me? Okay, let me put it this way. If I knew that Edie was going to install herself into a sexy robot body, do you honestly think I'd be able to keep quiet about it? Look at that! I would have baked a cake.
I am right here, Jeff.
Yes, you are, Edie. Yes, you are.
Hello, Shepard.
Still getting used to greeting people in person?
No. I require only one occurrence to adapt to a new concept.
How are you adjusting to the arms and legs?
I am interested to see how this body performs under real combat conditions, if I could accompany you sometime. Without stress testing, there is no way of knowing if it has serious design oversights. At the moment, it appears adequate.
That's not the word I'd use to describe you.
Perhaps we should speak privately.
I'll be over here, flying the ship.
What's this about? Does Joker not like your new platform?
No, he approves. He wants me on the bridge. He says having me within visual range is important to his morale. Shepard, do you believe your crew members should be allowed to disobey an order on moral grounds?
Absolutely. I have no use for team members who can't think for themselves. Why are you asking about something like that?
I was designed by Cerberus. I do not take moral stances that conflict with orders from my executive officers. But when Jeff removed my AI shackles, I became capable of self-modifying my core programming. I asked Jeff if he thought I should change anything now that I can. He deflected the question with humor.
And you didn't get an answer?
Correct. He has repeated this pattern in response to several of my inquiries. Do you think I should make modifications?
Only you can really answer that question. That's the point of free will.
But moral decisions should not be made in a vacuum. If I do not ask the crew for their opinion, I could miss crucial context. May I ask you the questions Jeff avoids? When there is time, will you answer them for me?
If you think it'll help, I'll do what I can.
Very well. I will keep you informed.
Should we give a positive for ED so far? I'm not even gonna justify it. I'm just gonna be like, I know it's good. Also, ED is probably the one female character where I don't really mind that she has the body she has because, well, I mean, she's always like for one, there's no continuity error involved. And it sort of makes sense that the body was designed to be kind of distracting to people, potentially. I don't know. I think they even address it a little bit at some point with dialogue. I should go ahead and make a hard save anyway. I'm probably still going to check the Citadel to see if we've unlocked anything. We probably visit her. Oh, yeah, we could go to Purgatory. Ashley Williams is talking about how she's being offered the role as Spectre. Ah, Fane. I got two things about it. I think one's probably for the DLC. I do think the DLC maybe has a little bit of an urgency issue.
You're cleared to dock, Normandy. Do you need ground transport?
I need to get to the hospital.
Yes, Commander. Yes, I know your stuff. It's completely tasteless to call this place Huerta Memorial.
President Huerta died of a stroke 2 years ago, ma'am.
I think you meant to say the man was dead for an hour and a half and his political enemies piled on enough propaganda to get the hospital name changed.
He can't remember his own name without the VI in his head telling him what it is. Trust me, in this building, we know dead.
The Supreme Court says he's alive.
5 justices say he's alive, 2 of them appointed by him. The name is what it is.
It's completely tasteless to call this place Huerta Memorial.
President Huerta died of a stroke 2 years ago, ma'am.
I think you meant to say the man was dead for an hour and a half and his political enemies piled on enough propaganda to get the hospital name changed.
He can't remember his own name without the VI in his head telling him what it is. Trust me, in this building, we know dead.
The Supreme Court says he's alive.
5 justices say he's alive, 2 of them appointed by him. The name is what it is.
It's completely tasteless to call this place Huerta Memorial.
President Huerta died of a stroke 2 years ago, ma'am.
I think you meant to say the man was dead for an hour and a half.
Having a VI drive your body isn't life. Are Reaper husks alive?
You did not just say that.
But it's the same thing, isn't it? He walks and makes noises just like they do.
Fine. I guess I'm just surrounded by zombies.
Thanks. Took her long enough to get the hint.
talking about highways is Christ.
They have biotic amp interfaces I may be able to adapt for SR use.
Okay, why is that door open?
No, it won't connect. It says the station's communication system is offline. Of course, if these interfaces make our commandos better on the field, I'll hold for as long as you need.
I'd like an answer, Lieutenant Commander. The galaxy has need of exceptional soldiers like you, now more than ever.
I still need time. You'll have my answer soon, I promise.
I look forward to it. Shepard?
Adina, I got your email. Made your decision yet?
On becoming a Spectre? Not yet. It's an honor and all. But I don't know. I need to think about it some more.
It's a big decision. Smart to give it some thought. Here, I picked this up for you. Figured you had some downtime.
Thanks. That's sweet. I've been climbing the walls.
How are you doing?
Good, considering. The nurse said you checked in on me earlier. Still out cold, I guess.
We didn't have time to talk. I thought maybe if you were up for it.
Yeah, I wasn't sure you wanted to. You were pretty clear on Mars about where things stood.
What do you mean?
You're not a part of Cerberus anymore. Case closed. Full stop.
It's the truth.
Okay. You cut all ties. I accept that. But where do we stand, Shepard? Did we cut all ties?
A lot has happened, Ash. But I'd like to work this out.
I'm surprised.
Why?
Just thought your taste had moved on to wanted criminals with shaved heads.
You mean Jack?
Hey, I'm not judging. Whatever generates your Mass Effect field.
Okay, clean slate.
I don't deny any of it. We both have history. We can dwell on the past, or admit we might have a future. So, what do you think?
We take it slow, okay? Just give me some time.
Okay. Okay. Get some rest. You need anything at all, let me know.
Shepard, wait. There's one more thing. I wasn't sure if I should mention it.
What is it?
I have family back on Earth.
Look, her boobs are so big, her hand is clipping for them.
But I'm busy, Shepard. We can talk later.
I've got time to talk. So, what's all this Lieutenant Commander business?
Seems like the old Williams curse is losing its grip. Was sure I'd top out at gunnery, Chief.
You've worked hard. You deserve it.
I thought so too. Until Eden Prime. Losing 212 was... well, you know.
It was the Reapers, Ash. You did the best you could, and survived to help us.
Just losing everyone under my command, it's tough to face. I'll never forget any of them.
Right now, we need you back on your feet.
I'll be back. And first order of business is to shove their metal tentacles right up there. I mean, I'll fight with honor and courage, sir.
Roger that, LC. I didn't hear from you while I was a guest of the Alliance.
I couldn't face you, even when Anderson requested my presence. It was difficult.
It's okay. We're past that. Fresh start.
It's gonna take time.
Copy that. But not too long. The bad guys aren't taking coffee breaks.
Okay, what is this? Healing through guilt?
Seems to be working. Who's back on Earth?
Mom plus my 3 sisters. The youngest, Sarah, was away on her honeymoon. Married a military man, Thomas. He got called back in and she was stuck alone. She called me. It's been pretty tough.
I imagine.
I was always there to protect them growing up. Even when I was off on tour, they knew they could talk to me. I told her to come to the Citadel. We could wait for news together.
We can't afford to be at each other's throats. If we plan on getting through this, we need to trust each other.
I was trying to keep the family stuff to myself, to be professional. I don't know how you managed to keep it all together.
I have my moments, believe me.
You know, I'm glad to hear it.
Have you heard anything about Earth?
We have reports coming all the time on what's going on. Half are wild speculation, and half are probably too optimistic to be true.
We have to believe that we can do something.
When I thought you were dead, I lost hope. I'm telling you. But when you came back, I was ready to believe anything. I mean, maybe this problem can't be solved by some grunt shooting the boogeyman in the face. But if you think it might help, I'm game.
That sounds more like the Ash I know. I should get back to it. Take care of yourself.
You too, Shepard.
Listen to me, those prototypes are vital. We need these biotic upgrades to fight the Reapers. I know making Mark around here isn't safe.
You can replace my leg, right?
Yes, but clone tissue replacement takes months. You'll need a prosthetic.
Oh no.
I highly recommend talking to our resident psychiatrist before the operation.
Should I give a negative for the disgrace, Commander Shepard? I might actually give that. It's repetitive. And they've done like little background headlines before. And they've had variety. Is it a version negative for the lack of background news audio variety? Can't remember where Fane is.
We're at this little farm. We killed a few enemy scouts, and it's quiet. The shuttle gets called away for support, so I'm there for the night. The humans give me dinner, show me around. One of them, this freckled farm girl, maybe 15. She wants to hear all about what it's like to be a commando.
You were probably the most exciting thing ever to land at her farm.
Yeah. She's saying she wants to be a pilot, and I say that life on a ship is grimy. And she asks if I'd like to use their shower.
Going by my records, you'd been on active duty for more than 3 weeks. Probably no real chance to get clean in all that time.
Pretty much, yeah.
Oh, there he is.
Commander Shepard. When I heard Earth was under attack, I tried to call. I never got through.
Thane, good to see you staying in shape.
My disease kills slowly. With enough care and a healthy lifestyle, it can be delayed for a few years. Of course, my allotted time has come and gone. Now I exercise because it pleases me. What are you doing here?
Visiting a friend who got hurt.
He probably should have been doing that, like, as we approached him, instead of you just standing there.
She will be starting physical therapy with my class soon.
That's her.
If she means something to you, then I will help how I can. As long as she is here, consider her under my protection.
I appreciate it, Thane.
I am near the end of my life. It is a good time to be generous. Keppel syndrome has put most of my other plans on hold.
I'm back on the Normandy on an important mission. Sure could use you.
I would not be as I was before. I need daily medical attention. And if I know you, you will want to fight the Reapers somehow. You need the best at your side, and I am not at mine.
You don't have to wrestle down Krogan and break their necks. I'm sure we could find you lighter work.
I am at peace with what I've done in my life, Shepard. There comes a time when one must rest from war and conflict. It is not your time, but it is mine.
Do you know how much time you have left?
I've been to several doctors. My favorite gave me 3 months to live. 9 months ago. It's freeing to find no requirements placed on me. No responsibilities. No fears. It is a good end to a life.
Are you in a lot of pain?
At times. The oxygen transfer proteins don't form correctly. Your human equivalent would be hemoglobin. As a result, my blood is low in oxygen. No matter how much I breathe in, I get tingling, numbness, and that is the best of it. As for my brain, I cannot track the damage. I just experience dizziness from time to time.
I wish the best for you, Thane.
And I for you. Do not grieve for me. I have good doctors. My son visits regularly. Perhaps we will keep up via the extranet now that you are free. Until we meet again, Shepard.
I'm not sure I should get a positive for Fane quite yet. Just note that he... We still can't go shopping. We still cannot go shop... Oh, there's Presidium Commons, okay. Again, makes no freaking sense. There's nothing about being, like, locked out or under some kind of lockdown. It's just, we cannot...
None of us knows how to fight.
Mackenzie's a biotic. Dave and Graham go to the pistol range. Oh, and Orion's always buying mods for his shotgun.
The one he's never even fired. I love our friends, but we are not combat material.
I can't sit around watching what's happening to Earth anymore.
So, you want us to enlist as soldiers? Isn't there anything else we can do?
The military needs everyone they can get.
None of us?
You two could save lives by helping doctors in the refugee camps.
Thanks? Who was that?
The first human Spectre?
Wow, Commander Shepard?
Yeah, and it's good advice. Let's sign up as Med-10 volunteers. How's that sound?
Much better than shooting myself in the foot with a rifle.
We need capable soldiers, not just random people.
Denying refugees basic services. It seems the Reapers took our culture when they took our world. The Book of Plenix demands charity and forgiveness of debts in times of war. Of course, the Book of Plenix was lost on our home world, and now our people have lost their way.
Welcome to Kanala Exports.
At Kanala Exports, we believe that a peaceful heart is a strong heart.
Well, that looks pretty cool.
Cultivating serenity is possible even during times of crisis.
I guess the Blood Dragon armor looks cool too. I don't know if this is like a new edition or.
Kanala Exports is pleased to offer goods for security and peace of mind.
Unfortunately, it's like a full set of armor, so.
We believe that a peaceful heart is a strong heart.
We appreciate your visit.
Welcome to Elkos Combine Arsenal Supplies.
Everybody, the very first thing we're gonna get is Aquarium VI.
Don't be left out in the cold. Ask about our full service warranty.
Executioner pistol, that's just kind of cool. Okay. Information negative.
Don't be left out in the cold. Ask about our full service warranties. Elkos Combine. If it exists, we carry it.
Any opened goods can only be returned for store credit.
Elkos Combine. If it exists, we carry it.
I mean, maybe it's. I don't know if it's necessarily an issue, but there are weapon stats, and you can compare once you own everything.
Ask about our full service warranties. Don't be left out in the cold. Ask about our full service warranties.
Any opened goods can only be returned for store credit.
Is this a shotgun?
Elkos Combine.
It looks like a shotgun.
We carry it.
Any opened goods can only be returned for store credit.
Don't be left out in the cold. Please visit any of our Elkos warranties branches for any and all personal needs.
Solo weapon transit.
Things weren't great even before he deployed, and if I pretend to be happy over the vids...
It's not fair to him or to you. With all the craziness of a war going on, you deserve to be happy.
And I'm not. I have to be honest with him.
Then you need to tell him.
That's another memory.
Who cares about money? Haven't you heard the news from Paladin?
That's what your army is for. Nothing's going to reach the Citadel.
We need to start manufacturing military tech. Nobody will need banking software if these Reapers win.
The market for military goods barely carries a profit. Who do you propose as our buyer?
The Council, the Empire, maybe the Alliance. Even if we don't make much now, they'll remember us when the war's over.
If we we switch from financial VIs to military gear, we'll lose millions.
Who cares about the money? Haven't you heard the news from Palaven? I've seen Palaven burning. Those fires aren't going out anytime soon. If you can help. Look, Cyrus, you want to sell your shares of Walk fine, but I'm not selling financial VIs while my homeworld burns.
Okay, let me think. We could repurpose the VIs for upgraded targeting solutions.
Right. We'd be able to use most of the hardware. The financial VI has more processing power than we need.
No, that works. We'll rig the VI and it translates for all standard weapons. Refit weapons without having to overhaul your targeting computer. Rapid response flexibility. We'll make a fortune.
A small fortune. We're selling these at cost plus 3%.
Fine.
Stop talking about this first Commander Shepard.
What?
Oh, Callie. Somebody's making money off killing free humans. Wish I'd thought of it myself.
They're not exactly making money off people's fear, but they're making something.
Every time that Asari commander sees me, she just starts screaming. I can even hear it when I'm trying to sleep now. I'm supposed to be helping her, but I feel like I'm breaking her world all over again every time she sees me.
That's not your fault. Any human would probably trigger that reaction for her at this point.
No. I looked up the file on that colony she was at. That girl she keeps talking about? We look alike. I shouldn't even be allowed in to help anymore.
I wonder if I should just give a positive for background dialogue in general.
This is problematic. We must find a way to stabilize the heating unit so the water temperature can remain steady. The colony's location is hardly ideal for our species. The clutch will be imperiled if we do not act soon. Of course, I will do everything I can do to help. We are family. The extreme weather conditions may require technology that is not readily available on the market.
I'm afraid I can't help you.
But your manager said you could give me a refund if I made an appointment.
You're not on my appointment list, and you don't have a receipt. I don't even think we carry that version anymore.
Listen, I don't need a new model or store credits or anything. I just want my money back.
There's nothing I can do without a sales record of some kind.
I can go get the warranty book for my car.
I'm afraid I can't help you.
But your manager said you could give me a refund if I made an appointment.
You're not on my appointment list, and you don't have a receipt. I don't even think we carry that version anymore.
Listen, I don't need a new model or store credits or anything. I just want my money back.
There's nothing I can do without a sales record of some kind.
I can go get the warranty book for my car.
I'm afraid I can't help you.
But your manager said you could give me a refund if I made an appointment.
You're not on my appointment list, and you don't have a receipt. I don't even think we carry that version anymore.
Listen, I don't need a new model or store credits or anything. I just want my money back.
There's nothing I can do without a sales.
Look, he's not gonna leave. The sooner you refund him, the sooner you go home.
Yeah, you're right. Let's get this over with. Here, I sent you a full refund.
Really?
Yes.
You mean it?
Of course I do.
A full refund?
Yes, congratulations. The whole 15 credits.
Yeah, I just gave that a positive. Like almost 3 years for 15 credits. Oh, this is another shotgun.
Our customer service specialists are always interested in purchasing new technology. Thank you for shopping at Agor Munitions.
Welcome to Sippertine Armory.
All Sippertine Armory products include a lifetime guarantee for performance. See our extranet site for details.
Welcome to the Citadel gift shop. All proceeds from today's purchases go toward the Turian war effort.
Oh, that's a lovely idea.
I really
Welcome to Nosastra Sporting Goods. All
Also,
licensed huntresses may apply
positive for
professional
having
discount.
squad mates out on the Citadel.
Shoot smart. Shoot Nosastra. Our selections include rare technology upgrades from the Terminus systems. Our selections include rare technology upgrades from the Terminus systems. Shoot smart. Shoot Nosastra. All licensed huntresses may apply for a professional discount. Shoot smart. Shoot Nosastra. All licensed huntresses may apply for a professional discount. Our selections include rare technology upgrades from the Terminus systems. Our selections include rare technology upgrades from the Terminus systems.
This is better than having to like choose which characters to have wandering around with, but hear random dialogue from.
All licensed huntresses may apply for a professional discount. Shoot smart. Shoot Nosastra. Thank you for shopping at Nosastra Sporting Goods.
No, you're supposed to shoot S-Mart.
Welcome to Casa Fabrication Weaponry. Proceeds from all purchases go to help our men and women serving in the Alliance.
For the best in the business, come to Casa.
Thank you for shopping at Casa Fabrication Weaponry.
Checking first.
Check it out. Big news. The Blasto movie is breaking opening week records. There's also a big expose on Quasar tournaments, tips on how to make your apartment look bigger, and, oh yeah, a big-ass Reaper invasion. These people have no idea.
When big events shake up the galaxy, people cling to what's familiar.
You say that like it's a good thing.
It's better than riots in the streets.
I guess. I just wish there were a middle ground. You know, a little less gardening advice, a little more war prep.
It'll happen. Once there's something people can do to help.
Meanwhile, they ignore the unshackled AI walking around the Presidium.
She run into any trouble?
No, she's my mobility assistance mech. Thanks to Vrolic syndrome, I'm legally entitled to bring her everywhere. Finally getting some use out of those disability benefits.
I'm sure she appreciates getting out to see the sights.
She's earned a little shore leave.
It's lingering on his face a little bit too long, but I'll allow it.
Hello, Shepard.
You look like you're gathering data.
That is a safe assumption.
Anything big and world-shaking? Man's inhumanity to man? Does objective reality exist? That kind of thing?
I was running scenarios in my head to analyze Jeff's behavior. I believe he has a strong affectionate attachment to me, but he has not stated it to anyone yet. Shepard, you have first-hand sexual experience. Romantically invested.
They'll usually show signs they can't stop thinking about you. You know, asking you out, giving you presents. Maybe playing music?
I lack material wants other than hardware and software upgrades, and my core programming does not assign values to music. Perhaps we could discuss how to provoke Jeff into an emotional commitment.
That's not how to think of it. It's got to be natural. You need chemistry.
I see. There are a number of pharmaceuticals I could inject to stimulate the desired emotional.
No, I mean relax and do something you both like. Something simple. For example, you both like humor.
Correct. I will see if there are comedic entertainment shows being presented on the Citadel. Scanning. Do you think he would like The Man Who Hung Himself? It appears to be about an amorous plastic surgeon.
Edie, the important thing is to have a good time wherever you go. And if you're having fun, he probably will too.
Then the outcome is an unknown quantity, but you are saying I should attempt it anyway.
Nobody ever fell in love without being a little bit brave.
I see. I believe you have improved my chances, Shepard. Thank you. I have noticed many displays of public affection on the Citadel. The rate seems disproportionately high.
Everybody could die tomorrow, Edie. Hooking up is one of the few things they can do.
I wonder if this is how the Krogan feel. I have spoken with many Batarian refugees here, Shepard. It may interest you to know that they are much more agreeable when the hegemony is no longer watching. Excuse me, Shepard. I am looking through files and videos of human behavior. I have 1.24 million windows open, but your request is important to me. Please hold.
Oh, we can't talk Joker more.
But what if there's another attack? We can't spend our lives waiting for that.
We're in the middle of a war, and I'm just supposed to send him away every morning?
We've got to keep Jake in daycare. He should be socializing with...
I remember you two. Michael and Rebecca, right? Listen, do whatever is best for your family. Just do it soon. Things are bad out there.
We will.
And thank you.
Was control positive for little callbacks to the little choices we made. That's always good. I got a positive in Mass Effect 2. It has to get a positive here too. Stop referring to a disgraced Commander Shepard. It's kind of a sore spot for me.
Still working?
One call leads to another, and here I was hoping I'd have time to enjoy the view. The last time I saw the Presidium, remember how it was all rubble after Sovereign attacked?
I barely got to see the Presidium before half of it got crushed.
And by the time they repaired it, it was time for the next invasion. Citadel hasn't seen the reality of this war yet. We should stock up on necessities while we can.
Such as?
EZO, heavy arms, mercenary groups.
We'll get the people. Take a moment for yourself now and then.
I know. But there's always just one more task or meeting. Speaking of which, talk to the Volus, Barlavon. He'll point you to some mercenaries willing to join us.
I want to actually give a negative to like the how frequently Shepard seems to be doing this kind of like downward stare at people. It looks kind of derpy.
Welcome, Commander Shepard.
I should really go into purgatory, but I need to see if there's something that we need to give a negative to. And that will be the note that we'll end up on.
Damn, it's not like they had much left to start with. Lost their homes, their loved ones, and some con artist swindles them out of what little they have left. Can't believe they won't let us stop the massacre. We still ought to do something about it. You heard the commander. No proof, no arrest. Guy filed a harassment complaint last time, remember? Gotta watch our backs.
Not much we can do with this new detail anyway. What are we, a couple of mall cops?
I think they actually fixed this. A little bit. I don't think we have a way to zoom in. Actually, we kind of do. Yeah. They fixed it. In the original Mass Effect 3, these were like such a low poly, low detail models that it was distracting. Here, there's like a lot more definition and texture and probably polygons in general. Like the Elcor in particular were like startlingly low poly. What are we staring at? Shepard, quit glaring at that poor woman.
Look, I'm not touching the backups. Get me a better power grid, I'll give you a bigger light show.
Yeah, the animations are pretty good too. I mean, I don't know, from this distance, it still looks a little wonky, but not nearly as distractingly so as it was in um, the original. Those are probably all like cardboard cutouts, although there's some animation there. And again, they could be animated cardboard cutouts. Okay. Um. Okay. No, as usual, there's a bunch of things you can do. I'll take just a few seconds every time, as well as some other things that are a little more involved than that. But of course, it's all up to you. It's entirely optional, but not unappreciated. Of course, as always, I thank you for watching regardless, and